Welcome to NFU Conference 2020. Please be aware that smoking is not permitted anywhere within the ICC. For security reasons, please have your conference badges on display at all times. Please report any suspicious activity to security or conference staff. ICC stewards are available if you need assistance. In the event of an emergency, please follow the instructions of the stewards. Mobile device charging ports are available in the member zone. And don't forget to keep your mobile phones on hand to tweet using the hashtag NFU20. Thank you to CF Fertilisers UK Limited for the sponsorship of the audio-visual production. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. NFU Conference is due to start.
In times of change
and opportunity,
when the world is opening up
with new possibilities,
and challenges,
there is something that unites us all.
healthy, safe, affordable British food.
This cheese,
These vegetables,
these eggs, all that meat.
And our daily bread.
all produced to some of the highest standards in the world.
By British farmers.
Like me.
And me. And him.
And her.
But we don't just produce food.
British farmers look after our land.
Our soil.
Our environment.
And can lead the world in producing climate-friendly food.
All of this is supported by the NFU.
We've been backing British farming for over 100 years.
With experts across the country.
Representing tens of thousands of farms.
Covering 2/3 of agricultural land across England and Wales.
When we speak,
The country listens.
We're helping shape government policy.
We've put farming at the forefront of the national news.
And we are helping generate billions for the national economy.
We're supporting local communities.
helping fellow farmers in times of need.
And people value us.
Because we are innovators.
Supporting the next generation of farmers.
And inspiring children like no other organisation.
In classrooms across the country.
My favourite thing was to drive a potato tractor.
Together, we can make a difference.
Delivering the cleanest,
Safest.
Most respected farming industry in the world.
We are farming without barriers.
We are the NFU.
Welcome to conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to NFU Conference 2020 here at the ICC Birmingham. Please welcome NFU President Minette Batters.
Conference, a very, very good morning and well done. I'm absolutely delighted to see so many of you here this morning. It's a great turnout. And a very warm welcome to George Eustace, Secretary of State at DEFRA. George, we're delighted to see you here today. And very many congratulations on behalf of us all at your appointment as Secretary of State. We've not got a huge amount of time, so I am not going to talk for any longer. And I'm going to say to the Secretary of State, warm welcome. And we very much look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Well, thank you very much, Minette, and I very much appreciate all the work that you've done for farmers and also all of the insights that you have provided us in DEFRA over these last 2 years. I would also like to thank all of you for arriving so early and for accommodating a change to your programme, enabling me to speak today. I understand that Minette gave you all a lecture about not staying out too late at the Walkabout pub last night, and thank you for being here this morning. But I'm afraid the recent storms and consequential floods have given me a particularly difficult and busy start to this new role, and that meant that I had to attend a meeting of the Cabinet yesterday, so I'm particularly glad to have been able to come here to conference today. Now, it is also a great honour to have been recently appointed by the Prime Minister to the role of Secretary of State in DEFRA. As many of you will know, I first joined this department in 2013, almost 7 years ago. Indeed, you might say that I've been on a 7-year transition to the top job. I know that there have been representations from some quarters that a 7-year transition to a new agriculture policy is a bit quick, but I have to say that in my particular role, 7 years feels quite a long time. Now, as many of you will know, I also grew up on a farm, and my family have farmed in West Cornwall for 6 generations. The names of different fields were passed from generation to generation. We knew our land and every field on each farm, and we also knew how best to manage it. Our pedigree South Devon cattle and British lot pigs were almost part of the family, since they'd been such an integral part of our family story from the beginning. So I understand the responsibility and commitment that a farmer feels to the hard work and toil of previous generations. I understand the enormous social capital that exists in our farming community, and that farmers will often be the ones to step in to help their communities at times of crisis. I also understand the burden of expectation that can exist to loyally continue the family tradition, and how this sometimes stands in the way of change. And I understand the pain and trauma of being wrenched from land that has been in the family for generations. However, I also know that sometimes a fresh perspective can make a world of difference. The farmer's son or daughter who leaves the business to work in a different industry for a while and then returns armed with fresh thinking and new knowledge to take things to a new level. Or those who've never had any connection with farming, made a career elsewhere, but always yearned to set up their own farming and food business and are finally able to get back to the countryside with their family. New entrants are the lifeblood of any vibrant industry, and farming is no exception. So as I contemplate the biggest change in agricultural policy in half a century, I want to design one that is not only right for the farmers of today, but which is also right for the farmers of tomorrow. The farmers we do not yet know, who are not in this room, those who yearn to go farming but cannot get access to land, the farm managers who want to set out on their own, and maybe those who left the family farm 20 years ago but wish they could find a way to return. It is because we are designing a policy for tomorrow's farmers as well as today's that there can be no reprieve for arbitrary area-based subsidy payments. Direct payments subsidise land ownership and tenure, and that is irrational. The largest subsidy payments go to the wealthiest landowners. Direct payments artificially inflate land rents and stand in the way of new entrants. They encourage some farmers to coast, to take no risks and simply remain in occupation of the land in order to collect the subsidy. Area payments are useless as a risk management tool because across farming, some of the greatest risks are taken by intensive horticultural enterprises like Top Fruit, for whom the BPS payment is generally an irrelevance. And nor do I believe area payments really support the incomes of our most vulnerable sectors. Indeed, some evidence suggests that around 30% of sheep farmers don't even get the BPS payment because they are forced to rely on temporary grazing or are in some form of contract farm agreement and do not qualify for the payment. And I meet these young farmers who are in this position. So in this moment of flux, where for the first time in 50 years, we have a chance to do things differently, to think through from first principles what a coherent policy actually looks like. Let's not cling to the railings of the sinking ship that is the common agricultural policy. Let's not counsel for dither or delay. We have some of the most innovative farmers in the world. We can do this, so let's begin it now. Yesterday, we published further details of our current thinking on future policy. It sets out how we intend to use the powers in the Agriculture Bill currently going through Parliament in the years ahead. In 2021, just next year, we will begin reducing the BPS payment, but in a progressive way, so that the largest landowners will take the largest reduction. We will also use the powers in the bill to simplify the legacy BPS scheme, and we will be looking closely at issues like the crop diversification rule. We are also giving consideration to the development of an exit scheme to help older farmers retire with dignity by providing the option for them to take several years' BPS payment in one final settlement in return for them either surrendering their tenancy or selling or renting their farm to create an opportunity for a new entrant. We may simplify the existing countryside stewardship scheme even further so that it can become a stepping stone to help farmers gradually move towards the future policy. By the end of 2024, we will roll out our new policy, which will be open to all. We envisage 3 components to environmental land management. Firstly, there will be a sustainable farming incentive, which will be open to any farmer and will incentivize participation in farm-level measures such as integrated pest management, sensitive hedgerow management, and soil health. Secondly, there will be a local environment tier, which will incentivize interventions, including the creation of habitats, improving biodiversity, tree planting, and natural flood management. And finally, there will be a landscape scale tier, which will support woodland creation, peatland restoration, and other potential land use changes. Seeing firsthand the communities that have suffered flooding in recent weeks following storms Kira and Dennis, the communities that have suffered repeated flooding events in recent years, has highlighted to me the importance of making nature's power part of the solution we urgently need to tackle the challenge of flooding. So our new independent agricultural policy will give farmers a big part to play by encouraging land management that supports flood management, releasing the pressure on lowland and urban areas by keeping water in the soil in upland catchments to slow the flow of water through the landscape. Protecting homes and communities from flooding is a public good and is one of the objectives set out in our agriculture bill. Now, as you will all know, this is the second attempt that we have made to introduce the agriculture bill. It was first published in the last Parliament. And I'm conscious that when we last published it, the NFU and others criticised it for not having enough about food. We've listened. So there will now be a legal obligation on the government to produce an assessment of our food security every 5 years. There will be a new obligation on government when designing any future scheme to consider the importance of food production and that it is produced in a sustainable way. And we know that you need certainty for your businesses. So in our manifesto, we committed to guarantee the current annual budget in each and every year of the current Parliament. There will be a new requirement for a multi-annual plan, the first of which will cover all 7 years of the agricultural transition, and there will be 5 yearly plans after that. These plans will set out exactly how we intend to use the powers in the bill to deliver success for our farmers. Soil health is critical, both for our environment and for farm productivity. So that too is added as an objective this time round. And the often underappreciated value of our rare and native breeds is recognised at last. Genetic diversity is what gives life itself resilience, and we should protect and safeguard the genetic resource that exists in our fabulous native breeds. I'm determined that there will be a prosperous future for British agriculture, so we will also introduce new powers to improve fairness and transparency in the supply chain so that farmers get a fair share of the cake. And we will introduce grants to help farmers add value to their produce and to reduce costs so that they become more prosperous and improve their productivity. I recognise that change will take time. We have set a realistic timescale of 7 years to complete this journey, from the legacy EU scheme to the new policy. We will not undertake change in the chaotic way that New Zealand found itself having to. We want this to be an orderly transition from the old policy to the new, and we will pay close attention to the sequencing of different interventions and changes to make sure that we get this right. And while we are on the subject of getting things right, let's have no more jangling nerves about our ability to compete on the international stage. Let's not get spooked by some New Zealand hacker performance on the global trading environment. We have in this country some of the most efficient and innovative farmers in the world, and we need to get on the pitch and compete. In the UK, we have built a very special market for food based on provenance, with particular attention to food safety and animal welfare standards. And we will not jeopardize that through trade deals in the future. I have always been very clear about that, and now we are seeing the whole nation tuning into this conversation. And little wonder, since 1 in 8 of us earn our livelihood from the food industry. And as a nation, we have always cared about the welfare of animals, including our farmed animals. So Minette, you are absolutely right that food unites us. The entire nation eats the food we produce, and when the NFU speaks up on standards, you are speaking for everyone. Plenty of people around the world are keen on the way we do things in this country, and many want to learn from our new approach. We will publish our mandate for trade negotiations with the EU in the coming days, and the first round of negotiations will begin in Brussels on Monday. Of course, I cannot say much more about our trade negotiations at this stage, but I would like to thank the NFU for taking part in discussions around our tariff consultation. We will be keeping you updated throughout the course of this year so that you can be ready for life outside the customs union and outside the single market as we put in place a new free trade agreement. So, we have a busy year ahead, developing our future farming policy, securing the right kind of agreement on free trade with the European Union, and of course, many other issues beside, bovine TB being chief among them in my mind. We have made big progress in recent years, but I understand the huge burden of coping with bovine TB and the stress and trauma that this causes farmers. I'm confident that we can turn the tide on this terrible disease, and the steps we have taken so far are beginning to show results. We will shortly be publishing our response to Sir Charles Godfrey's review of our 25-year bovine TB strategy. So in conclusion, our ambition is to use our newfound freedom to embark on a journey to a better future for farming. We want to innovate and develop the policies of the future. So this year, more than ever, we'll need to work together. And I think that if we do, then we will make the most of this huge opportunity to write a new, independent chapter for our country together. I know that the NFU will never be shy about making farmers' voices heard, and I know that we have some of the best farmers in the world. A decade from now, I want the rest of the world to be coming here to the UK to see how it is done. So thank you for inviting me this morning. Thank you for turning up at such an early hour, and I wish you the very best for the remainder of your conference.
George, thank you. I mean, an incredible reset moment, if you like. I mean, I think this does absolutely take us back to the Agricultural Act of 1947, when, of course, we were only 30% self-sufficient and learned quite a sharp lesson on the back of 2 world wars about how important it was to be able to produce food. And we've had a meteoric rise to 80% self-sufficiency in the 1980s and a relatively stable around 60%. So we really appreciate you putting food security within the agricultural bill. I said yesterday that I felt this ought to be annual because I think it is incredibly important. Are you still wedded to 5 years, or do you think we can have an annual review?
I personally think that 5 years is about the right interval to do it, because changes in trends to food security are long-term trends that we should be monitoring. The difficulty with doing it annually is you'll really pick up from one year to the next is whether there was a particular weather event or a frost that hit a particular crop. So I think 5 yearly intervals make sense, since we're looking at long-term trends here, and that's what we need to be doing. The other thing I say is that every 5 years there will be a new multi-annual plan that's now required in the bill, where government will have to consider the design of future schemes for the 5-year period ahead. So aligning a review of food security to go alongside the decisions about a 5-yearly period for agriculture policy makes sense.
Okay, we can come back to that in a minute. We've got a lot of questions to try and get through, and I'd like to ask Mark Leggett and Andrew Ward to come to the microphone, please. We take Mark Leggett first, if he is at the microphone.
Have some light.
Mark Leggett isn't at the microphone. We'll take Andrew Ward.
Thank you very much, Annette. Morning, Conference. Morning, Secretary of State. We've got a title of this conference, Farming Without Barriers. I think at the moment we've got one of the biggest barriers is government policy regarding agriculture and our industry. Obviously, I'm from Lincolnshire, you probably know that, and we've suffered enormous flooding in our area. We've got one young man here today, my godson, who was flooded in November. You mentioned the floods, the recent floods. There was the one in November where we had 3 metres of water over a large area in Lincolnshire. Lincolnshire produces 27% of the nation's vegetables. We cannot keep allowing our industry, our farmers, and our businesses to suffer like we are doing. At the moment, it's government policy that is affecting output of the country, of individual farming businesses. And these businesses are being put in jeopardy by the current policies. We have a big job as it is with Brexit. You mentioned soil health, yet the flooding causes unbelievable damage to the soil. We're going to have, obviously, a lot of issues coming forward, growing crops in the next few months. Some people won't be able to get any crops in the ground. And I think the biggest problem we've got is that there's 1 million acres due to be lost in the next few years to non-farming reasons, with HS2, Heathrow Airport and everything of that nature. We need a complete rethink on water management in this country. The river system was designed years ago when we didn't have the hard grounds that we have at the moment. So we need a complete rethink on this. 2 questions, Secretary of State. Are you going to announce a public inquiry into the flooding around the countryside? Because it cannot carry on like this. As an industry, we cannot afford for it to carry on. And also, the Treasury Green Book rules also don't, at the minute, allow for flooding, the flood defence spending to be targeted to the right areas. Boris Johnson came to power promising £1 billion of spending on infrastructure. Can you please tell us how we are going to receive some of that £1 billion that will go into our industry and help us farm for the future?
Well, flooding has dominated my diary this first week, and the truth is that with climate change we are getting more frequent extreme weather events. And this has been an incredibly wet winter, and you will know that more than anyone. We've had a wet winter and then 2 consecutive storms, Storm Kira and Storm Dennis, following one another, and there's just nowhere for the water to go. So it is wet. In terms of what we're doing, over the last 5 years, we've invested around £2.5 billion in flood defences, some of that soft defences upstream, much of it hard defences in our urban areas. We do have the farming flood recovery scheme that we've activated at times over the last 2 years to help farmers get back on their feet when they suffer flooding. But we do recognise there's more to do because climate change is here to stay. We are seeing more of these extreme weather events. So in the next 5 years, we'll be spending over £4 billion on flood defences. And a big part of our focus is going to be on nature-based solutions upstream, trying to hold water uphill, using natural floodplains, planting more trees, using natural dams and the like to try to protect some of our lowland areas. So I can't do anything about the weather any more than any of you as farmers in this room can. Of course, we want the weather to dry, we want the rain to stop so that you can all get on your fields and start planting your crops for next spring. But what I can tell you is, yes, we will be spending record amounts of money on flood defence over the next 5 years. And yes, we will be publishing a new strategy with the Environment Agency on both coastal flooding and also river flooding as well. And that will come later this spring.
So, Minister, you won't, to Andrew's questions, you won't be having an inquiry into what has happened. And I think that, you know, the other key point is unless we have new Treasury funding rules, we are going to continue with the same problem. Do you accept that we need to change the funding rules?
I don't think we need an inquiry because there have been a number of inquiries on floods over the last decade. And the reality is that the investments we've made in 5 years, over 600 projects protecting over 200,000 homes, those defences have worked as we would have expected them to. So in these last 2 storms, we currently have around 3,000 homes that have been flooded, and that's terrible, and that's a tragedy for everyone who's had that trauma of having their home flooded. But 50,000 homes have been protected. Had we had the weather we've just suffered in these last few weeks, just a decade ago, there would have been 50,000 homes that were flooded. So we have had a number of reviews into our flood policy, into our response and everything else. And what we've done in the last few years has worked as we would have expected.
And new funding rules from Treasury?
Well, that's an area that we will be looking at. In essence, what we do with most of our funding is look at 2 factors. That is, where is the greatest flood risk? And we target the support at those communities that suffer the greatest frequency of flooding. But then we also look at the number of homes that a particular scheme will protect. And that is to make sure that the money that we do spend protects the greatest number of homes that are at risk.
Mm. I think I would speak for everybody in this room. You know, if you have a month of rain in 24 hours, you know, nature-friendly solutions just don't mean anything. You know, if you have that amount of rainfall that lands, you have to be able to store water. And the point I made yesterday is we are wasting one of the world's most precious natural resources. If you look across the world where we're sourcing all of our vegetables from, they are water scarce areas. We are not a water scarce area, but we just fail to manage our water. And we are calling for absolute critical infrastructure change in order to be able to store water. It's very interesting to hear that English water companies are now talking about the ability to move it. But I think, you know, we've got a Prime Minister who's talking about £100 billion worth of infrastructure funding. Surely water should be fitting in this new world into that infrastructure funding. Well, and then we'll quickly move on.
Using natural floodplains or even retention of water in flooding events downstream is absolutely part of what we're looking at, and that is...
paying farmers to store water?
Yes, absolutely. That's, as I said in my opening speech, that we envisage that being a key part of the environmental land management policy, and so storage of water is part of it, but I would call that a nature-based approach, since it is about using soft defences and natural floodplains.
I'm hoping, in fact, it's not Mark Leggett, it's Mark's wife, Claire. Claire, welcome, because more important questions on this subject.
It's another flooding question, Secretary of State. Secretary of State, you have seen for yourself the effects of flooding up on communities and farmland down the country. In respect to the Farming Recovery Fund, which is there to help those most in need, why are there still many farmers that have so far not been covered by this scheme? Please, can you give some guarantees that those excluded areas are added to this scheme and that all claims are given the most sympathetic consideration as possible?
But just before you answer that, can I ask Thomas Binns to find a microphone, please? Minister.
So the issue with the Farming Flood Recovery Fund is it's difficult to assess precisely what damage or permanent damage has been caused until the floodwaters recede. So we've been very clear when we announced the package last week that we are looking closely at the Farm Recovery Fund, and we definitely don't rule out deploying it. And if we think the criteria are satisfied, then of course we will. It was used extensively in the 2014 floods because the greatest damage really to farmland is done when it's permanently flooded. If you have grassland that is underwater for a month, that grassland will die, and we've used the fund to help farmers re-establish grazing in the past. And obviously, if you have flash flooding, then it can destroy walls and hedgerows, and so we've used it to help farmers replace walls and hedgerows and farm tracks and the like. But it's difficult to assess at this stage until the floodwaters recede what the damage is, and once we can make that assessment, of course, we will consider using it, as we did last year.
So you will hope to roll it out to all areas where we've got extreme flooding right across the country. And surely all of those areas should be able to have access to the Flood Recovery Fund.
Well, it depends on the nature of damage. So the
well, the damage is absolutely extreme.
Well, we used
I think this is one of the sorry to butt in, but I think this is one of the frustrations that nobody has been out and seen. I know you, and it's delighted to have Emma Howard-Boyd here, who has, in fairness, been absolutely everywhere. But we haven't had people out. You went to Yorkshire, but there is such widespread damage across the country.
Well, of course I do. I mean, I've been on the trains. I've seen the water damage. I do know the land is waterlogged. But as I said, the issue where that normally triggers the Flood Recovery Fund is if you've got physical damage to walls and tracks, which we may have, and if we have, then yes, we'll activate it. And also land that is underwater for a month. And it's important to recognise that we can do the Farm Recovery Fund, but it is always top sliced out of the Pillar 2 budget or the BPS budget. That's where the Flood Recovery Fund comes from and has always come from. So it's not new money. So we could give all of you, we could take £5 off all of your BPS and add it back onto a flood recovery thing, and it wouldn't make much difference. So it's something that we use to target to particularly severely affected areas.
And the other vital part in all of this is obviously, winter planting in many parts of the country just hasn't happened. So derogations, I imagine you will be calling for a derogation, or will you just be saying, actually, do you know what, we're going to bypass this. We don't need to abide with those rules as we're have left, indeed, the European Union.
Yeah, I'll look very closely at this. We already have, there's a margin of appreciation in the way we interpret EU rules for this current year. So for this year, the withdrawal agreement required us to have an equivalent scheme to the EU scheme, and that means we've really just brought across the Common Agricultural Policy, warts and all, for this final year. We will make extensive changes to it next year. But look, if there are particular issues around farmers not being able to get crops in the ground, as far as I'm concerned, that's a force majeure event, and obviously we'll take a sensible and pragmatic view of that.
But with the best will in the world, Minister, your department is under enormous pressure, processing thousands of force majeure applications. I mean, that's going to bind you up forever and a day. Surely it is just easier with the wide-scale flooding to say, actually, do you know what? We're either going to apply for a derogation or we're not going to do it, farmers.
Well, let's see. I mean, if in a month's time, we don't assess any of these things until August. If in a month's time it's the case that you're not able to get any crops in the ground, and therefore you lose an entire cropping season this year, well, then that's a different matter.
Well, we've lost the winter cropping period. We've lost it already, haven't we?
Yes, but that doesn't affect the 3-crop rule, as you know.
Well, it does now because spring planting is looking. We're about to be in March, and we've got a third of the country underwater.
Yes, but as long as the crop is in the ground by, I think it's June or July, when we assess these as a very small window, as you'll know. That's what makes it.
These might be the best farmers in the world, but I don't think they've ever planted anything in July.
Planted anything in July? I think I think maybe you've misunderstood it. The way that the three-crop rule works is that there's a period between June and August where you are required to have 3 crops, including, rather ridiculously, a lay or fallow land can count as a 3-crop. And it is literally just for that window. That is how the rule works. It is a bonkers rule. I accept that. That is why it won't be staying for long. But for this final year, given that CAP's come across, that's how it works.
We'll have to pick it up. We've got so many questions to get through. But
Which bit don't you agree with on that? The 3-crop rule, I do understand how the rule works, and I understand how it's calculated.
Well, you're the 6th.
And I don't agree with it, and I think we should get rid of it.
Secretary of State that I've worked with in 6 years, which is one of the challenges that we've faced. But they've all
I've been here for all 6 of those.
Yes, you have. So you know the journey.
I know, and I know the rule.
And the huge frustration. And every time we've talked about getting rid of 3-crop rule, here we are. We've left the European Union. Half the country's underwater, and we're still going to abide by that rule and process thousands of forced marriages. I mean, it just seems absolutely extraordinary.
No, I've just said that I will look at this, and so...
Great.
You will know, Minette, that I've never agreed to the 3-crop rule.
I do know, and I'm amazed now we've left that you're not shredding the blooming thing.
We will be...
Anyway.
It is why getting rid of the CAP can't come fast enough, as far as I'm concerned, and that's why we set
we thought we were in the new world, and we're ready for it, so we'll pick it up.
I'm pleased to hear it.
Right, moving quickly on. I'm hoping that I've got Thomas Binns to talk about the transition period. Thomas, over there. Yes, you are.
Thank you, President. Secretary of State, you raised so many questions, but mine settles on the agricultural transition. Given the uncertain trade environment and the recent National Audit Office findings on future environmental schemes, do you agree with me it would be prudent for DEFRA and wider government to implement maximum flexibility towards the agricultural transition to ensure that the industry is not subjected to a financial cliff edge?
Well, I do agree, and that's why I said in my speech that we're going to carefully make this transition from the old legacy CAP scheme to the new scheme, and we will bring forward different interventions and different changes at different stages in that process. And it's important to recognise that the budget stays the same. So what we won't do is just run down the budget from the BPS payment and not be able to roll out other interventions and other policies enabling farmers to access money. So we think the new ELM scheme will be able to be rolled out by 2024, and that will be open to all, and elements of that will be universally available for farmers. But between now and 2024, there are other things that we can do, including productivity grants, including, as I said, schemes to support farmers who want to retire and retire early. And we're also looking whether we can loosen and simplify further countryside stewardship and help to use that as a stepping stone. So it is important that we get this transition right. As I said, we don't want to do this in some chaotic way like New Zealand did. It's going to be an orderly transition, but I think 7 years is the right time frame to do it in.
I'm just going to pick that point up, but in the meantime, can I ask Ali Kappa to come to the microphone? I think our concern, and I made this point yesterday, we feel that we are already so behind time. And if we're not going to distort the UK single market, it's very clear to me that Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales have no plans to transition quickly. And surely it makes complete sense for all 4 to agree the framework for the future and move as 4 countries rather than the danger of taking England out on its own. And we absolutely accept you want to get on into the new world, but we are basically talking about £150 million worth of funding. Surely Treasury could kick those pilots off and allow the UK to move forwards together when the politics of this have been agreed, which are the best one in the world. We work so closely as UK farming unions, but we have to get the politics of this agreed, which of course is your leadership role. And to my mind, it makes complete sense when we're so ready behind time now to go to 22 to start that new period of policy.
I don't think there's a case for delay because we were talking earlier about the 3-crop rule. Why do you want to delay that sort of stuff? We want to get on with this. And I don't think dithering and delaying is the answer.
But we don't even know who we're going to be we don't know who we're trading with even. We don't know whether we'll be leaving without a deal, ending our relationship with the European Union. None of those questions are answered. And it would seem for my part, as a public servant, as a leader, it seems absolutely crazy to set off on that path when we don't know who we will be.
Well, we know what the political agreement, the heads of terms for our future trade agreement says, which is zero tariffs on goods with the European Union. But I just think we need to get on with this and start it. And the truth is, we published our white paper on this originally as long ago as 2018. While the bill didn't get through the last Parliament, the pilots and the trials continued apace. We already have over 40 pilots that are underway right across the country testing this scheme. The pilot for ELM will be rolled out on course next year. And we do have the power from next year to use that modification power in the bill to simplify and start to sort out the CAP legacy scheme, which we will be doing.
Mm. Well, this is all farming unions. This is every single farming organisation that thinks this, from the CLA and the TFA and ourselves to all the others. They are all absolutely certain that this is the right thing to do. So I hope we can continue that dialogue as we progress through the next 12 months.
Okay.
And with that, hopefully, here we have Ali Kappa to put the Labour issue to you, Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, we cannot produce food without people. And I have to be honest, I was deeply disappointed that there was no mention of the people that this room needs to produce that food. The sector that I represent, fruit and veg, plants and flowers, is 2% of the farmed land area, and yet it's 25% of the farm gate value. The businesses in my sector, their turnover, 40 to 70% of turnover is labour cost. No labour, no business. It's as simple as that. And we have now reached a cliff edge with the new immigration policy that has been announced. The government outlined its plans last week for a new skilled-based system, at the same time as ruling out any route for entry-level workers. The maths of this new system makes it imperative that agriculture and horticulture are recognised on the shortage occupation list. Will you, in your new role, ensure that agricultural roles are on that shortage occupation list and the provision is also made for those entry-level roles? The second part of my question is about seasonal work. On our farm, we produce over 10 million eating apples each year, enough for nearly 30,000 children to eat an apple a day. By September this year, our farm, our members, the people in this room, need to start recruiting for next year. This problem is not a next year problem. This problem is a this year problem. We need 70,000 seasonal workers to be recruited this autumn for 2021, when freedom of movement ends. What steps will you and your department take to ensure that there is a full scheme in place this autumn to ensure that British children will continue to enjoy British fruit and veg?
If I can just pause down. If I could just ask the Minister to pause and ask Alistair McIntosh and Matt Cully to come to the microphone, please. So this, I mean, Ali has made the point on seasonal workers, but permanent workers as well. You're our ambassador. What is the plan?
The answer is, on the first one, the shortage occupation list, yes. DEFRA is working on this. We're looking at those sectors and those jobs where there is clearly a shortage. And we will be feeding that in to the work that the Home Office and the Migration Advisory Committee are doing. On your second point, you know, Ali, we've discussed this many times, I was in the soft fruit industry. We used to employ 300 seasonal staff a year. Locally, our farm was nicknamed the United Nations because we had people from many different countries. I do understand the challenge. And that is why I pressed very hard and secured a quadrupling of the seasonal agricultural workers scheme for this current year, even before free movement ends. And of course, if we are not going to have free movement or a so-called low-skilled labour route for other countries in the European Union, then the remedy, the policy remedy will be the seasonal agricultural workers scheme, and yes, it would need to be expanded. So we will be working with the Home Office on that, and I do understand that recruitment for next season will need to commence later this year, and that businesses will need some clarity and certainty, not least to inform their cropping decisions, if nothing else.
So that is a commitment from you to scale up. I mean, look, we really do appreciate what you have done in this area. I know it's been incredibly challenging. We've gone from 2.5 to 10. So you can give growers, I mean, you talk with such passion about your farming journey, the connection with the land. I mean, these growers are at the cliff edge. I mean, we either hang on to them and give them assurance and grow this sector. Only 7% of our fruit being produced here. There's an enormous opportunity to grow it. But if they don't get that reassurance that they are going to be able to have access to a future workforce, they are, as you know, investing millions and millions of pounds in automation, in mechanisation. They can't get there for 2021. 5 to 10 years they can get there, but we've got to have the assurance that that workforce is going to be in place for 2021. Can you give them that confidence today?
Well, you know what I've done so far, that we've quadrupled the size of the seasonal agricultural workers scheme, and you know my views on this, and I've explained, having been in the industry myself, I do understand it. So yes, of course, I will be making the case for there to be a seasonal agricultural workers scheme that follows this pilot, and for it to be a fully fledged scheme that provides us with the labour needs that we require.
Because growers, I mean, Ali has a file like this from letters from growers that you have been copied into, all of them. You know the feeling. We are going to lose these businesses if we don't get this assurance very, very soon.
I understand exactly the point that's been made, yes.
Thank you. I hope we've got Alistair McIntosh. If we, your point first, please.
Proud of the high red tractor standards that I produce food to. However, I'm sure that I'm not the only person in this room to be astonished by your comments on Sunday's Andrew Marr programme, where you commented that you felt sure there was scope for sensible compromise on a deal with USA on UK standards such as our ban on hormone-treated beef and chlorine-washed chicken. It seems at odds with the amendments you tabled in your own agricultural bill last year, when you were very clear that the standards needed to be protected. Do you really think that our standards can be negotiated away?
Well, I didn't actually say there was room for compromise. I think I said there was room for discussion. And let me just explain the point that I was making. In international trade law at the moment, we have things such as tariffs, and we also have SPS restrictions, which aren't always directly related to food safety issues. Sometimes they are addressing a wider problem of animal welfare and poor husbandry. So the critical thing in our future SPS regime is it's not only about what treatments there might have been on the SPS, which you obviously would need to discuss and consider. It's also about management approaches to farm husbandry to reduce disease problems. And it's also about recognising differences in animal welfare standards. So we in the UK have been on a very different journey to the US over the last 20 or 30 years. We've had a farm-to-fork approach to reduce disease through good farm husbandry, and we want to retain that. And we want to also ensure that other countries that export their products to us also abide by that same type of approach. So I think there is a way through this where you can ensure that producers from other countries wanting to export to our market meet our standards. There's a way of doing that in my view, but there is obviously needs to be a discussion if you're going to do that. So I didn't say there was room for compromise, I said there's room for discussion, and I'm very clear about what the components of a coherent SPS regime would look like.
But this for us is the heartland. It feels like the battleground, effectively, of Brexit. You know, we've had successive warm words in this area, but no actual commitment. Your predecessor talked, and even on the Today programme this week, talked about the need to maintain those standards on imports. We talk about our standards. It's about the imports that come into this country, that those are produced to the same standard. And indeed, when you were on the back benches for a short period, you put down a whole series of technical amendments You wrote an article in The Guardian talking about having trade negotiations whereby food had to be produced to those same standards. You went as far as saying that no person shall sell an animal that has been surface washed with anything other than water. And here we are, still having to have the discussion across government, having left the EU. It feels pretty terrifying to me. We've asked for a commission on standards. Michael Gove was here, sat where you are last year, said he would look at it, wrote to me, said he would do it, no further on with that. We've asked for legislation in the agriculture bill to support this, and we don't seem to be any further on with that. It still seems to be a discussion. You know, we need reassurance on this area that government is going to be listening to you.
Well, look, when I was a backbencher in that period after I resigned from the government a year ago, I remained very active. It's true.
Yes, you did. You were very, very active.
I said lots of things, as you all know, Minette. But when I rejoined the government in the summer, I did what ministers should do, which is to privately contribute to developing a consensus. And following some of those discussions, we had our manifesto, and our manifesto commits to us maintaining our animal welfare and food safety standards in trade deals. So it's not just standards here, it's in the context of trade deals. And of course, I'm continuing to work very, very closely with colleagues and officials in other departments, such as the Department for International Trade. And indeed, yes, we will have discussions with those countries with whom we seek to do trade deals so that they can understand our farm-to-fork approach to these matters.
So I am very confident when the agricultural bill gets into the House of Lords that this amendment will be put down. Can we have assurance today that when that bill comes back into the Commons, that amendment will not be taken out?
I can't give you any such assurance. You'll know that the amendments that I put down, the specific one you mentioned, was really just about, it was a probing amendment really, and it literally is a copy of what's already in regulations. So not everybody understands this. It's already unlawful to sell chlorine-washed chicken or hormone-treated beef. There's a prohibition on sale that is in our regulations already.
There just seems to be, on this issue, a total lack of agreement within government as to what the future means on food standards. We have a lot of talk. My worry is we're talking a lot, and you are talking a lot, about raising the bar for farmers here, taking farmers higher up the ladder on legislation, on welfare, when we have no assurance at all on the standard of food imports. And that does one thing, that puts these guys out of business.
I don't agree that you have no assurance. It's in our manifesto, it's clear, and we will, in the coming weeks, we will be publishing, as I said, our mandates both on the EU and also shortly after our mandates on the US. So it is, you have got those assurances, it's in our manifesto. We've got a very clear approach.
I know you are a real ally on this, and I thank you for it enormously, and I know you mean it. But what I said yesterday is this will test the moral compass of government. And that, I think, after what you've said today, still stands. I hope that amendment has to stay in, and if it's taken out, we will know the road that we are on. I'm going to hand over now to Matt Cully.
Thank you. Matt Cully, South East Crop Board Chairman. Secretary of State, since July 2019, the UK has imported almost 100,000 tonnes of oilseed rape from the Ukraine, where neonicotinoid insecticides are used in the growing of this crop. This is costing UK arable farmers almost £95 million in lost opportunity and mass crop failure. Secretary of State, the debate is maybe no longer about neonicotinoids, but the hypocrisy that has emerged between domestic and trade policy. How will we, our industry, ensure food produced outside the UK will meet the standards set for us and our high values?
Well, I know that some of these decisions can be difficult and contentious and can cause big problems for farmers. I do understand that, and the decision on neonicotinoids it was particularly difficult on sugar beet, I know, but also earlier the decision that was taken in respect of oilseed rape. There is a difficulty here that we have to rely on
expert scientific advice. And we do have an expert committee on pesticides. They have assessed the evidence and the research into neonicotinoids, and their clear recommendation was that we should not continue to authorize it and that we shouldn't even grant an emergency authorization when that was put forward by the industry some years ago. So I know it's a difficult situation for farmers, but we do have to follow the advice of that, the scientific expert advice that we have in the expert committee on pesticides. We've got an opportunity to look afresh at our approach to regulation when we leave the European Union, but we're also clear that we won't take risks with public health and with our environment, and that is why we will continue to exercise some caution when it comes to pesticides.
Right, but it's okay to
well, no, don't
it's
worry,
it's okay
I'll
to
come.
risk other countries.
It's quite difficult to do it from here. I think we are running short of time. I will just pick this point up because, of course, if we are going to continue bringing in, it's about the fact that the environment welfare is all under one sky. And if we have these rules for here, but then continue to import it, we are importing thousands of tons of oilseed rape from the Ukraine. We sold our battery cages to the Ukraine, which are still in use. The danger is, as we go forwards, that we just allow more and more imports of methods that are banned here, that are illegal here. And what are you going to do about it? Because my other concern is, the Prime Minister, when she was Prime Minister, Theresa May, she set the legislation pathway on net zero, which we have absolutely embraced. We want to be world leaders in climate-friendly farming. But if we are just going to be subsumed by cheap imports that don't have to abide by any of those rules, again, it just does enormous damage and puts these guys out of business. So to the point Matt makes, what is the longer-term plan? Are we going to continue undermining our own market? Because if we take, there's a leadership role, surely, for us here.
Well, we want to, in future trade deals, basically have recognition of environmental impacts and animal welfare and basically address this issue of differences in regulations in these areas. So that's in our manifesto, and these are areas that we would want to be pushing. The point I would make, though, is it's already the case that we have this as an EU member. So most of the animal feeds that we import to the European Union, including here in the UK, are GM-based, even though we don't allow the cultivation of GM in the EU, and they don't have those authorizations. In the case of pesticides, if
Will you be supportive of that
if there's a maximum residue limit, that is something that you can set down very clearly through SPS in any trade, and we do. But where it's an environmental issue, in the case of neonicotinoids, obviously that's harder to do. But if there were a threat to human health, and we decided to withdraw a particular pesticide for that reason, then we would set the MRL for that on all imported goods at zero, and that would affect the ability of other countries to use those.
Of course, the US is wholly opposed to that method, to using MRLs.
Well, we have an approach to MRLs that is sound, and we are very clear that we're going to have control of our own regulations in this space.
Right. I've got a lot of questions still to come. I know you're on a very tight time schedule, and we have actually used your allotted time schedule up. Have you got time to take any more, or are we out of time, Minister?
We can take, yeah.
Well, if I could have the Elms question, I think from Richard Bramley. Can we have Richard Bramley to the microphone? Richard, sorry. Very impressive.
It's my morning exercise over and done with. But firstly, just a comment about the flooding. I do hope that you are the Secretary of State that finally addresses catchment management. I've had 20 years trying to get that message across. So just on elms. Now, you came to my farm a couple of years ago, and we talked about how to improve agri-environment schemes. They have improved a bit, but not enough to entice me and many other farmers. With the demise of direct payments, as you've discussed, a lot of farmers are going to be looking to Elms as filling that gap. And what I'd like to know is, with those public goods, like storing of floodwater that you've discussed, how are you going to ensure that you get really good engagement from farmers on that? What methods are you going to have in place?
So what we envisage with the new Elm scheme is a number of things. First of all, whereas the current schemes are based on income foregone, we've been clear in the paper that we're going to look at the payment method because it needs to be sufficiently generous to incentivize farmers to participate in these schemes. And that may mean paying more than income foregone on certain areas and on certain interventions. In terms of how we will work with farmers, we also want to move away from the system we have now, which is all about filling in forms and obsession about maps and the accuracy of maps, to something very different, where a farmer has a trusted agronomist that is accredited by the government to help that farmer or groups of farmers put together schemes, and that agronomist will come out, walk the farm with the farmer and help them put together a scheme that works for their individual farm. And we are looking as well at methods to facilitate coordination between groups of farmers on a sort of landscape scale. So we want it to be a much more sensible, human-based approach where an agronomist who knows what they're doing walks the farm with the farmer and helps them put together a package, not what we have now, which is a very IT-based system and form filling and applications. And I think if we do that, we will be able to get these schemes to really work for farmers.
That's good to know. I look forward to it, but it sounds like we need a bit more funding.
I think the point I'd like to pick up as well, we have talked for a very long time about 3 pillars to the new thinking, focusing on access to environmental delivery for every farmer, productivity measures and volatility measures. And what alarms me in this new, far more competitive world that we're going into, where it's very clear we will have a level of friction with our EU relationship, how do you envisage through Elms managing volatility if you are so opposed to any level of direct support?
Well, Elms itself is a system of payment for delivery of public goods. It's an environmental and animal welfare scheme. The way we address volatility is set out in the bill. There are sweeping intervention powers that in the event of a crisis in a particular sector of something going wrong, the Secretary of State can declare a crisis and effectively intervene in the market, either to stabilize incomes or to buy up product in the market. So there are intervention powers that are in the agriculture bill.
Surely there are, though, not only going to be animal welfare crises on the back of that, but human welfare crises if we are going to wait for a crisis before there is any intervention. I mean, we will be the only developed economy in the world that is taking that approach to agriculture if we are going to wait for a crisis to manage volatility when we know we are already living with volatility and we are going to expect much more of it.
Well, as I said earlier, the BPS payment, the area payment, is not an effective risk management tool because most of the money goes to the farmers taking the least risk. The ones who take the greatest risk are people like Ali Kappa, the top fruit industry, who make big investments in planting orchards and are at risk, for instance, of a frost hitting their crop every year. And they're the ones at greatest risk, and yet the BPS payment would be a pretty marginal bit of their business model. So I think there's also a number of very interesting projects to help farmers manage risk. So there's Stable, which is a private approach where a farmer can literally ensure the price of the milk.
Just to pick you up a bit, much as I'm fond of Ali Kappa, and she is, an excellent business, as indeed are all the growers, they work through producer organisations. So you cannot say that sector isn't being invested in and supported. You could argue that many other sectors ought to be going to a far more collaborative approach. But I don't think you can single them out as being different. They have a different structure of working and trading. But I mean, if we look at
we're retaining that as well. So that's being retained in the bill.
Yes, but the others don't have that. So you are taking direct support away from them. They're not within the producer organisation structure. They are not, many of them, working within cooperatives. They can all get there.
But this is rapid change.
Yes, but it's not a risk management tool. So the producer organisation regime is about helping cooperatives and farmer groups invest in packhouse equipment and R&D and so on. So that's not a risk management tool. So I think you have to be clear. When it comes to risk management, there are powers in the bill to intervene, to stabilise incomes, and that's the answer.
We're the best one in the world. We're waiting for a crisis. That is... I am worried that we have a bit of a mental health crisis already brewing with uncertainty and not knowing. And the thought of going into the future where we wait for a crisis before government intervenes, that feels a very dangerous place to go on volatility. It really does.
Well, government will be intervening through productivity grants under Clause 1 of the bill, and also, of course, through ELM. So farmers will be able to have an element of their income that does come from government support, but which is support around the delivery of those environmental goods and supports sustainable farming, which I think is also right. So it's not the budget's still there. It's just that the budget will be directed in a more logical way to deliver the outcomes it's supposed to, rather than a very arbitrary area-based subsidy, which, as I said in my opening remarks, really doesn't make any sense. It's indefensible.
I can feel your officials' eyes bearing into my back. So on many levels, probably.
Surely not.
So, look, I'm going to wrap up there. What I do want to say is I know in George Eustice we have an ally. I know we have a man who passionately believes in this sector. I know, and you summed it up really at the beginning, your journey, how much you care. The responsibility, George, is huge. You know, you are our ambassador. We have very ambitious plans. We really do want to work with you and the rest of government to lead the world. I think we have a great opportunity with the COP hosting the most important round of climate change discussions here in the UK in November. It is an enormous opportunity to lead, to reform our water structure, to reform agricultural policy, to drive trade, to lead on the WTO. There are so many exciting things, and we are up for it. We are all up for change in agricultural policy, but so much rests on your shoulders. We want to work with you. We want really new terms of reference for how we work in partnership with government together. I think that, for me, is the key point. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for giving extra time. And we very much look forward to working with you over the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. NFU Conference is due to start.
And good morning, conference. Always a pleasure and a privilege to look out on hundreds of farming faces, maybe a little bit more weather-beaten faces than normal. Conference, I think it's understandable that in these times, we have to concentrate on the big ticket items, whether it's trade, access to labour, policy, and the subject we're going to talk to today. But can I reassure you that at the NFU, we don't forget all the other, shall we call them everyday issues that I know, as Deputy President, talking to members, concern them on a daily basis. And the list is endless, whether it's rural crime, fly tipping, lack of broadband, access to crop protection materials, TB, the RPA, HS2. The list goes on. Over 100 different policy areas our staff are always working on. When Brexit came over the horizon, we recognised that the NFU had to take on extra resource to cover that key challenge, but we didn't drop any of the other balls. One unsuspecting issue that came over the horizon last year was our ability to control crows and pigeons to protect livestock and crops. And I understand, that is one of those things. If you tell a farmer he's got to fill a form in if he wants to shoot a crow or a pigeon, it's just the sort of thing that lights the blue touch paper, and we were on it, and we're on it quickly. Occasionally, as Deputy President, you get things come over your desk that sort of slightly lighten your day, and I'll share with you one of my favourite quotes from last year. It came when DEFRA Natural England were putting out notes to accompany the temporary general licenses we achieved to control pigeons and crows. And they gave us some advice on how we should also look at non-lethal means of control. And at the bottom of this, and I'm grateful to Peter Gadd, whose keen eye caught this out, they gave some tips on using scarecrows. If using scarecrows, make it look real. Dress it in your old clothes. Sit it in a chair and put a gun-like stick in its hand. And my favourite bit by far, occasionally change places with the scarecrow. If I ever get round to writing my memoirs, I'm going to call it, Occasionally I Took the Place of the Scarecrow. But look, let's return to the big ticket item we have today, climate change, probably the biggest challenge that faces humanity. How do we feed 8 billion people on the planet, soon to be 9 billion, without further pressurising it by putting more carbon into the atmosphere? Climate change touches our lives every day on a number of factors. Obviously, we are in the front line of the weather. When you think, myself, Minette and Stuart, we went into DEFRA only 18 months ago to advise Mr. Gove that there was the worst drought on record taking place out there. And we wanted a drought summit called. And yet today, here we sit, as Minette said, drowning in water,
these extremes, millions of acres of farmland threatened from flooding and river levels still rising. And climate change raises other issues as well. How do we explain to consumers about the carbon footprint of the food they eat? How do we explain to journalists about the carbon footprint of food production? How do we convince them that there is a difference between science and the vegan agenda? And how do we manage carbon on our farms? How do we measure it? All key questions. And we are well placed this morning with three excellent speakers who can address a lot of these issues. But to start with, the best place to start is on the ground. This is a man who has his feet firmly on the ground. He's our chair of our Environment Forum. He also manages Loddington for GWCT. If there's ever a bloke that has the ability to balance practical and productive farm management with meeting environmental challenges, it's him. Please welcome our very own Phil Jarvis.
Thank you very much, Guy. Thank you very much indeed, Guy. 1, 2, I think you know how this one goes. Right. I stand here as a farmer from Leicestershire with first-hand experience on the weather and climate and what it's having on our food production systems. It's really tangible, it's real. I'm sure for many others in this hall, it's here right now. There are challenges to net zero the industry face, but there are also solutions that the industry can offer, and there's many solutions the industry can offer. So in the future, it won't be business as usual. It's going to need leadership. It's also going to need innovation, meaningful partnerships, and change. I want to outline the National Farmers Union ambition to achieve net zero, the greenhouse gas emissions by 2040, and what farming can do to achieve this, and how it applies at Loddington to where I farm. Whilst the NFU and farmers can play a full and significant part in achieving net zero, this is not a plan that scales back on UK food production and places it with food from thousands of miles away. That won't address climate change, that won't address my ability to farm profitably, and it won't help me with investing in the wider environment. I still think, and I'll pick up on, I don't necessarily agree from yesterday, this world trade is probably what's causing a lot of our planetary. Now, I know we need trade, but not getting our own house in order, I think our own house is order. We should have big aspirations. We should have leadership. Imagine being at school and someone says, you should just do the next step rather than think big. So let's think big. Many people talk about, oh, it's just a transition, but we need a just transition for farmers to get to net zero. Farming can't pay for everybody's emissions. So, before I explain why the NFU announced this bold step last year, I perhaps should explain what do we mean by net zero. It's the balance of greenhouse gases, methane, carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide that contribute to global warming. Not only do we need to reduce our emissions, but as an industry, we're unique to counterbalance those in many different ways. So why do we need to act on climate change? Well, in 2017, farming and agriculture accounted for just short of 50 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. That's 10% of the UK inventory. 1/10 of that is CO2. The other half is methane from ruminants, and I'll be interested to hear what Miles has to say on its longevity in the environment, and the rest of it is nitrous oxide from soil. We do have a responsibility to do our fair share, but it can produce opportunities in the future for environmental management. So, agricultural emissions have dropped by about 16% since 1990, but progress has been pretty modest since 2011. We must accelerate our contribution. Modest progress is not good enough. So, why now? Why net zero? And why? There's 5 reasons. There is a strong case, and Minette mentioned this yesterday, for productivity being accepted as a public good, boosting our efficiency to deliver climate-friendly farming. What's not to like about producing more by using less? We want to also challenge the perception that that environment is simply wildlife, landscape, and public access. We know it's much more complex than that, but we want to go to a climate-friendly farming approach, which will help with greenhouse gases. It will help with biodiversity gains, and I mention that again, it will help with biodiversity gains, and it will help provide food on which our society depends. These are solutions for the future that are available to farmers. We also want politicians to recognise that farming is significantly impacted by climate change. We need to act now to reduce further impact. And we need to work with departments and other agencies so that they work with British farmers for British farmers. We must also challenge farming's competitors who present themselves as climate change champions or saviours. UK farming already has a good story to tell. We've already heard about our beef production. We should be held up as a global exemplar of production systems. And this industry will continue to be top of the Premier League as long as we don't introduce the agricultural equivalent of a VAR. So hopefully by leading, by taking this challenge head on, we can design our future and offer solutions. We, us, we can't simply wait on others to define our future. So, farming is unique as both an emissions source and sink. Agriculture, the land-based economy, can play a role in capturing greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide taken from the air with the help of farmers, converted into wood, fuel, fibre, and a range of foods. And good grassland management is also important when capturing and maintaining crucial existing carbon stores. There's no single answer in achieving this net zero ambition. As a national aspiration, there's no expectation that every single farm will get to net zero. But to achieve our aims, we'll need a broad range of measures and solutions. So firstly, boosting productivity and reducing emissions. We should include precision farming, a wide variety of measures, controlled release fertilizers, inhibitors to feed additives, advanced breeding, reducing compacted soil, and improving energy efficiency. Secondly, improved carbon storage, which could include hedgerows, increased tree planting, and measures to boost organic matter. And thirdly, coupling bioenergy and carbon capture and utilization and storage, which could include boosting renewable energy and the bioeconomy, displacing fossil fuels from air, but it's got to be done smartly, and it shouldn't be pursued at the expense of soil damage. Once again, this is an industry offering solutions. So, moving on to my own journey. So, as many of you know, I farm at the Game and Wildlife Conservation Trust, the Allerton Project, and the net zero journey is well underway. From reducing fuels and minimizing cultivations wherever possible, to expanding our cropping and letting a wider rotation help us reduce our inputs and increase soil organic matter. We've also got agri-environment schemes which help with pollinators. They protect our water and they help reduce soil loss. Although I was interested in that slide on King Canute yesterday, I think I might need to employ him next year. So the use of renewable building materials on some of our buildings and increasing renewable energy with 3 photovoltaic systems and 2 wood chip heating systems. So we're well underway, but how can I make further improvements? With more grassland and herbal lays, the Loddington-Leicester longwalls are in for a treat. I still need to have a market for them. And I was very pleased to hear the Secretary of State say that rare breeds are going to have some place in the new agriculture bill. Fantastic. I can see them already skipping and dancing and maybe a bit of karaoke in the lambing shed aisles. So also allowing agroforestry and tree planting where government policy and the private sector make a good business case as well as an environmental case. We're providing a public good. We can do it, we can offer solutions, but let's have a just and a fair solution. So also, I would like to further review my plant health strategy, using both smarter technology and data to improve my food production efficiency. And finally, encouraging more research into farming systems that encourage, for example, crop pest predators. And I encourage AHDB to expand on their further great work on efficiency and their work on soils, because farmers listen and act on the output of levy boards, and we will need that practical knowledge to succeed in this rapidly changing world. It would be remiss of me not to mention some of the future challenges around net zero. I would encourage all to listen about science and the evidence. from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change and the UK's own Committee on Climate Change. It is relevant information. It is much more reliable than social media. Although I am reliably informed that at Farmer Phil is unfailingly fair and reasonable. There is potential scope as well for confusion on who's offset and who's paying for these services. Carbon calculations need to be robust, they need to be streamlined, they need to be transparent throughout the food chain. We also need to have a balanced nutrition and a balanced debate about nutrition. The tremendous contribution livestock makes to the health and well-being of our nation is something we should be rightly proud of. We have a great story to tell of the quality of our produce that is on our doorstep with short, efficient supply chains, and it's imperative that we support the health and well-being of our own communities as well. Beware of the unintended consequences. The NFU has been quite clear on its standpoint on trade and food standards. Our high production standards must be upheld with firm action from government. Our government should be showing that stated leadership. And as farmers, we've heard a lot, and I feel exactly the same about trade deals, exporting our carbon footprint abroad. We should make sure that WTO makes that climate-friendly farming approach embedded in WTO rules. To our government, let us not undervalue both food and the environment. My last point is a direct request really to Emma. Farmers are ready and willing to play a role in climate change, in that resilience and adaptation. These may well include mitigating flood risk. And I can only imagine some of the farmers you've heard, Richard Bramley, Henry Ward, what you've gone through this winter. I also, Henry, can only imagine what you go through with having Andrew Ward as your godfather. See you later, Andrew. But if we to come back to that point, we need to make sure working together on integrated water plans is carefully designed, innovative, planned to have multiple benefits and include an economic model. We are ready to work with the agencies, the NFU staff, Stuart, Roberts, and the Environment Forum are all there as a great asset that we wish to be used. So, finally, I'll just leave you with our climate-friendly farming ambition. Our climate-friendly farming ambitions will depend on meaningful partnerships across government, NGOs, and the food sector. But farmers and growers will step up and play a big part in addressing climate change because this is the challenge of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Phil. A good place to start, always on the ground, and Phil gives you that. Our second speaker is someone that we've worked closely with over the last 4 years. We work closely with our flooding manifesto, and we know she shares many of our ambitions. She'll be known to many in the audience because in times of flood, she doesn't skulk away in number 10 and not get out there. She gets out there to meet farmers at times when they have frustrations, and I applaud you for that. Please welcome the Chair of the Environment Agency, Emma Howard-Boyd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. And thank you for inviting me today to speak to you about what we livelihoods and support community will help on the ground, broadcasting our warning and informing messages. It's this sort of collaboration we need to build on if we are going to succeed in tackling the challenges of the climate emergency. Because that emergency is already here. As Dave Throop, the EA's own flood manager in the West Midlands, said last week, I've seen things I would not have believed. This is not normal flooding. We are in uncharted territory. Storms Kira and Dennis have brought incredible amounts of rainfall and devastating widespread flooding. The month is not yet out, but already we've had 200% of average rainfall in February. We have seen almost all the major rivers in England reach the highest water levels on record. The Severn, Trent, Colne, Ribble, Calder, Ayr, Wye, Lugg and Derwent all set new records. Some areas have seen a month's worth of rain in just 24 hours, and the situation is still ongoing. We've seen around 4,000 properties flooded across England this winter, but the farming community has also been badly affected. The latest estimates indicate 35,000 hectares of farmland have been flooded in the Midlands and Yorkshire from Storm Dennis alone. I've seen the devastation of flooding firsthand. The last few weeks, I've been crisscrossing the country, visiting areas that have been affected. In November, I met farmers who had been flooded in Lincolnshire and joined Minette on a visit in Yorkshire. We may have had staff on the ground the last few weeks, but the road to recovery for those impacted can take much longer. Many of you will know this better than most. For farmers, it can cause crops and livestock to be lost, create short-term economic difficulties, and pose questions about long-term viability. And it's that long-term view we need to be talking about, where the focus of debate needs to be, and it's what I want to use my time talking about today. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warns us we only have 10 years left to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial levels to avoid catastrophic climate change. Farmers and landowners are on the front line of the impacts. In the last 2 years alone, you've had to contend with exceptionally hot, dry weather and flooding caused by record-breaking rainfall, as we've seen this winter. So I'm delighted and proud that both the NFU and the Environment Agency are showing the long-term leadership needed to tackle these challenges with our own commitments to net zero. In the face of these uncharted challenges, it's only with a long-term vision and strong collaboration that we can turn the tide on climate change and build a nation resilient to its impacts. Our new National Flood and Coastal Risk Strategy is a blueprint for this vision. It moves away from thinking purely about protection to the broader concept of resilience. I want to make clear, as our Chief Executive James Bevan did yesterday, protection is always going to be a central part of what we do. This winter alone, we've protected 85,000 homes from flooding. Our current 6-year flood programme will also better protect around 300,000 hectares of agricultural land, helping to avoid more than £1.5 billion worth of economic damage. Our flood strategy recognises the value of these so-called hard engineering solutions, and there will be plenty more built in the future. But as the Secretary of State said 2 weeks ago, we cannot protect everyone. We're an organisation with finite resources, both to build new and maintain existing flood defences. We will be able to do a lot with the £4 billion the government has pledged for the next budget. But there are 9,000 kilometres of coastline and 36,000 kilometres of main rivers in this country. 1.3 million hectares of agricultural land is in a floodplain or low-lying coastal area. And the risk of flooding is only going to be exacerbated in a changing climate as sea levels rise, winters get wetter, and we experience more extreme rainfall events. This is particularly important for farmers because government policy is always going to prioritise protecting houses over farmland. That is why the concept of resilience and the long-term horizon in our strategy is so important for the agricultural community. Resilience is key to limiting the damage when flooding does happen and helping you recover quickly afterwards. Part of that is recognising the services farmers and landowners already provide. We want to work with you and organisations like internal drainage boards to develop the tools which recognise the protection you provide to others when your land is flooded, recognise the contribution the 58% of Grade 1 agricultural land currently at risk of flooding makes to domestic food security, and rewards you for farming your land in a sustainable way that helps to reduce flood risk. Enabling farmers to make decisions about their own resilience has to be central to this. There is some good work already happening. Take the Fens, for example. It's a low-lying, high-quality agricultural land which has been dependent on land drainage since the 1600s to be viable, and it is at significant risk from climate change impacts. The Environment Agency is working with farmers, businesses, landowners, local government and communities to develop innovative, coordinated, sustainable solutions to manage this landscape for the long term. We also need to address flooding in the round with water resources and consider ways of saving and using floodwater rather than pumping it out to sea. Because we need to consider the challenges of too little water alongside those of too much. We've had an incredibly wet winter, and for many, right now, the thought of not having enough water might seem inconceivable. But climate change means we will have another dry year like we did in 2018, sometime soon. Back then, we worked well together to build a more flexible abstraction. We will need to continue to work together to manage our water resources and adapt to the changing climate. How we use and manage the land is a key component of increasing our resilience and adapting to a changing climate. It's also key to restoring our natural environment and helping nature thrive. And as the Committee on Climate Change highlighted last month, it has a major part to play in how we reach net zero. Farming covers 70% of the land in England, so farmers and landowners are uniquely placed to deliver on all of these ambitions. Just as you are on the front line of climate change, bearing the brunt of its impacts, then as Minette said yesterday, you can be on the front line of the solutions. As the Secretary of State said earlier, no group has more power to reverse environmental decline than our farmers. And with that environmental focus, putting nature at the centre of our thinking, there is the potential for multiple win-wins, where changes to reach net zero can also help us be resilient to the impacts of climate change that are already locked in and restore our natural environment. For example, new forests can take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and reduce the impact of flooding that is already being caused by climate change, while at the same time enabling wildlife recovery and the restoration of beautiful landscapes. The protection and restoration of peatland will prevent the release of greenhouse gases, while also helping rare species to expand their populations and slowing the flow of water upstream. Taking a strategic approach to land use, ensuring that nature-based solutions are used in places where they can be most effective, can help us avoid potential adverse impacts on the environment and build the resilience our communities need to prosper and thrive. Of course, some of these changes take time, which is why the need for a long-term view is so important. Some of the changes also pose difficult questions, which is why the need for us to work together on answering them is also so crucial. We recognise that just as any approach to flood resilience has to consider food security, so any catchment-wide land use changes need to be considered alongside the need for a healthy, sustainable food chain which balances the environmental costs of domestic and overseas food production. Long-term, large-scale land use change will be crucial in helping us reach net zero, adapt to the changing climate, and restore nature. But that does not mean there aren't things that can be done now to make a difference. There are over 100,000 farms in England, many of them too small or perhaps too limited by income to consider some of the more ambitious projects. With the right support, there is a lot farmers can do on their land with their own practices. Indeed, there's already a lot that is being done. Take soil, for example. Now, everyone in this room knows the benefits of improving soil quality, but it's always worth putting on the record again. It can sequester carbon, and that's a win for reaching net zero, improve drainage and moisture retention, a win for flood risk when it's wet, and drought resilience when it's dry, reduce runoff of chemicals and sediment into waterways, and keep chemical inputs and natural fertility in your fields where you want them. Managing this precious resource well is a win-win, win-win. Or take the management of slurries and manures. Better storage and application can help reduce harmful emissions both to the atmosphere and the local environment. It's no secret that 65% of the UK's surface and groundwater bodies fail to achieve good ecological status. About a quarter of those fail for reasons relating to agriculture or rural land management. The problems in the dairy sector are one particular area where we want to work in collaboration with you. I know most farmers work hard to minimise pollution because good phosphate, soil and nitrate retention is good farming. But if farmers do want to be part of the solution, then the problem of pollution is another area where we need to work together to get to grips with it. Sometimes all of these challenges, too much water, too little water, and polluted water in a future of an increasingly volatile climate can feel overwhelming. But because many of the challenges are connected, it means the solutions, the land management and land use choices I've described, are connected too. It's a case of doing more of and better the things we know already work to achieve those multiple wins we all want to see. The new public money for public goods approach, which the Secretary of State has just set out in more detail, is a fantastic opportunity to incentivise the right behaviours and practices. I repeat the call of the Secretary of State to make sure you get involved in the consultation. I have no doubt that you will be. Only by collaboration on the design of the new scheme can we ensure it delivers benefits for climate resilience, environmental restoration, food security, and farmers. And we particularly welcome the grant scheme for investing in equipment. This can help farmers who want to do the right thing, both in reaching net zero and tackling pollution, but are struggling to finance the infrastructure investment required. We'd also like to see the public money for public goods approach complemented with a well-supported and enforced regulatory baseline to drive up environmental performance. The mixture of minimum standards and incentives will need to be set and regulated in an appropriate way. It will need to deter and punish those who choose the wrong path, but also recognise that many farmers operate in a domestic and international market. Because if the UK wants to be a global leader on the environment, it needs to set consistent standards internationally, not one rule at home while turning a blind eye to environmental degradation overseas. So there's so much more I can talk about, but I want to ensure that we have plenty of time to get into the detail of these issues in the Q&A. So as Dave Throop said, we are in uncharted territory. What we are seeing is not normal. Therefore, our response cannot be normal either. That means we are going to have to work together even more than we already do to develop the big solutions to the big challenges. Thank you very much.
I think I had a second favourite quote from last year of nonsense. It was listening to Lewis Hamilton, our F1 champion, a man that's probably burnt more fossil fuels than a small country, say that his response to climate change was he was going to give up red meat. Well, if you gave up a couple of practice laps, mate, you could probably eat more sausages than you know what to do with the rest of your life. But to give us a bit of science as to what the impact of grazing cows is on the environment, we have a world-leading authority on this. He is Professor of Geosystem Science, Environmental Change at the University of Oxford, Miles Allen.
It's always very challenging being introduced as a climate scientist. You sense immediately people sort of stiffening slightly, thinking he's going to nag me. So I should actually perhaps introduce myself as the husband of the new warden of Merton, Merton College, Oxford. And as a result of my wife's new job, I've been learning about the travails of many of our tenant farmers, in particular the ones involved in winter cropping, and learning a lot about British farming and appreciating the extraordinary range of issues and the range of timescales you all have to deal with, from commodity prices changing in a twinkling of an eye to having to invest in infrastructure and land management over generations. So it's with some sort of trepidation that I introduce another issue for you to think about, but I hope you'll bear with me because I hope you'll see through the course of this talk that this is an issue worth you collectively getting your minds around. First of all, just to step back, we want to stop global warming. Emma made a very clear case for that. And what it will take to stop global warming is actually relatively simple. We need to get global carbon dioxide emissions to net zero, which which means that every ton of carbon dioxide dumped into the atmosphere has to be taken back out again somewhere in the world. And we need to get to net zero additional warming due to other emissions. So what does that mean in particular for methane? Methane does not behave like carbon dioxide. It doesn't accumulate in the climate system the way carbon dioxide does. So we don't actually need to get methane emissions to net zero for methane to stop causing global warming. In fact, this little schematic here shows if you start off with a ton of methane, it increases by 1% per year, that will cause warming, a lot of warming. Methane is a very powerful greenhouse gas. But if, on the other hand, it falls by around 10% over 30 years, a third of a percent per year, then that methane emission won't be causing any further warming. And if it falls faster than that, then those methane emissions would actually be leading to a fall in global temperature. That's where we're at. The problem we face, and the reason I think the NFU is getting very engaged with this issue, is that the current accounting metrics that everybody uses for measuring impact of emissions from farming and other sectors of the economy uses something called carbon dioxide equivalent, which dates back to the early 1990s, and has actually always been acknowledged in the scientific community as not really fit for purpose for comparing the impact of these different gases. The standard carbon dioxide equivalent metric would equate all these methane profiles. You can imagine each one of these is 10 cows at the beginning of that period, either rising slightly, falling gently, or falling steeply. Each of those would be equated with an amount of carbon dioxide, all of which would cause warming. So the standard carbon dioxide equivalent metric just multiplies all methane emissions by a factor of around 30. And therefore, all three of these profiles would be equated with ongoing carbon dioxide emissions, all of which would cause warming. Can we do better than this? Okay, so this is I hope my slides will be distributed afterwards. You can go away and digest this, but what I really want to communicate with you is, yes, we can, and it's not very complicated. The standard method of doing this is to multiply your methane emissions by 28 to give your carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, which is a complete misnomer because it does not have an equivalent impact on global temperature. What we have realized over the past few years in the climate science community is a very simple alternative formula will give you something which reflects impact on global temperature much more accurately. I'm telling you what it is because I don't want to hide anything. I don't want to tell you, take my word for anything. The formula is you multiply today's emissions, or this year's emissions, by a larger factor, 112, sounds like a lot, but then you subtract 105 times your methane emissions from 20 years ago. So if you have actually had a stable herd for the past 20 years, I'm sure you can all work out in your heads, that means that that's worth only 7 tons of CO2 warming equivalent per ton of methane generated by your herd, rather than 28, so you're being, as it were, overcharged by a factor of 4. It's not that the methane's not doing anything at all, but that the standard accounting systems we use to equate it with so-called CO2 equivalent don't reflect its actual impact on global temperature. This is what happens if you take those three profiles and use this new way of using exactly the same numbers to calculate your impact on global temperature. You can see that rising methane emissions are associated with warming, gently falling methane emissions are associated with stable global temperatures, and rapidly falling methane emissions would actually lead to cooling, which is equivalent to taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, because that's the only way you can actually reduce global temperatures with carbon dioxide. Just to show you this works, there's a scenario for global methane emissions from 1900 to 2100, and if we look at how temperatures respond to those methane emissions, you can see they cause quite a substantial amount of warming, almost 0.4 of a degree at maximum. If we just turn them into carbon dioxide equivalent, using the conventional metric, you can see it doesn't predict the warming at all. From now onwards, the so-called GWP 100 emissions don't track the resulting warming. But if we calculate them with that simple formula I just told you, then they track the warming very well. So it's an easily solvable problem. I get pushback continually from environmentalists and people in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to say this is all terribly complicated, all very sophisticated, of interest to academics only, not relevant to policymakers. The last time I checked, most of us learned subtraction before we learned multiplication in primary school. So it's going to take you to communicate to the policymakers involved in this that this is not complicated, we can do it right, and we can therefore make a fair assessment of what the contribution of livestock farming actually is to global temperature. Why? And I haven't even got to my Ireland joke. So, this is why it matters. Okay, traditional carbon dioxide equivalent emissions undervalue new or increasing methane emission rates. So before all the livestock farmers here go home saying, I heard this professor, he says I'm good, I don't need to worry about this anymore, and then promptly increase your beef herd by 2% per year for the next 30 years, rapid increases in methane emissions have a huge negative impact on global temperature. I mean, they push up global temperatures. So I have to confess, I'm half Irish, and Ireland is currently planning to increase Ireland's herd count substantially over the next 20 or 30 years. And indeed, the European, accounting systems, European systems use, the European Union uses the traditional GWP 100 metric to measure impact of methane emissions on climate change, would actually undervalue that increase. So the Irish farmers getting off lightly, new fracking operations, for example, that might result in an increase in methane emissions would also get off lightly with the current system. So it's not as if the current system is bad for all methane emitters, but it's particularly bad for somebody who's responsible for methane emissions that are gently declining. And by the way, before you rush out and increase your beef herd so that you can slowly decline it over the next 20 years, don't forget that I did say it was whatever the herd was 20 years ago that we have to measure emissions against. So just be careful before you try and game this one. But there is a crucial problem here that the current accounting systems overvalue the impact of long-established or declining methane sources, which would be, as I understand it, bad for most UK livestock farmers. Just to give you an image to remember, these two things have an equivalent impact on global temperature. A closed power station, which caused warming back in the day when it was running, belching carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, but it's now closed. It's no longer causing any warming. It's probably being converted into yuppie flats. Certainly nobody is talking about charging the new owners of the power station for the warming they caused a century ago. In the bottom picture, we have a gently declining herd of cattle, one whose emissions are declining by 10% or so over 30 years, either through better management, manure management techniques, or perhaps improved efficiency of livestock production. That herd of cattle did cause warming when it was built up by the farmer's grandmother or whoever a couple of generations ago, but it's no longer causing any global warming. It's having the same impact on global temperatures as the closed power station. But it certainly wouldn't be treated as such if methane emissions were brought in to the emission trading system, as many people argue they should be. So just to remind you why this matters, if UK agricultural emissions were to fall to zero by 2040, this purely hypothetically, but suppose that were to happen, over that period, remaining methane emissions would be equivalent to 420 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent measured with the traditional accounting metric. As they came down, there's still a wedge of emissions left in there that's worth 420 million tonnes. That would correspond, if these were put into an emission trading system, at 25 euros per tonne of CO2 equivalent, which is more or less the current price in Europe. That would be a 10.5 billion pound, 25 pounds per tonne of CO2 equivalent. That would be a 10.5 billion pound bill to the livestock farmers. If, on the other hand, we were to consider the impact of those methane emissions on global temperature and to compare emissions in terms of the environmental amenity afforded by either increasing or decreasing global temperatures, that reduction in methane emissions would be an equivalent to a removal of 2 billion tonnes of CO2 warming equivalent emissions, which would be valued at £25 per tonne at a 52 billion payment. So I hope all the livestock farmers are busy making notes and ready to contact your MP to discuss the interesting implications of these numbers. So here's the challenge to the NFU. Many congratulations on setting a net zero target by 2040. You've got 10 years ahead of the country. You've seized the agenda on this, and you therefore have captured the agenda on what net zero means and what a just transition can mean for UK farmers and for the UK landscape. Ending our contribution to global warming was how Theresa May, remember her, how Theresa May put it as the objective when they introduced the net zero bill into Parliament last summer. That's what we're trying to do. We want to stop causing global warming. If you make it clear that this is your ambition, we will achieve a much fairer, more logical, and more efficient transition to a net zero world in which we're no longer causing global warming than if we just shrug our shoulders and go with the accounting systems from 30 years ago, because that happens to be the system that people are using. But as I said at the beginning, it's going to take, as I've discovered since starting to make these points, there's remarkable resistance to change in anything relating to accounting systems. Boring though they sound, they're very, very hard to change. And if you leave it to the powers that be, as it were, you are unlikely to see change very fast. The NFU, the likes of Jonathan Scurlock and Minette Battis, are certainly all over this and totally understand the implications of this. But I think it's going to take the members taking up this cause as well to actually put pressure on our government to make changes and not just shelter behind the fact we use this accounting system because that's what everybody else uses, even though it's 30 years out of date. So there's my challenge to you, and I hope you'll make these slides available so that people can think about them, and you feel free to email me and follow up if you want to consider the implications. Thank you very much.
Good. Miles, many thanks, delivered in your usual emphatic style. We've got plenty of time for questions. I've got a few lined up, but get the cogs whirring. I ought to introduce, to my left, Dr. Andrew Clark, our Director of Policy, who's going to act as my spotter, hopefully, because it's like staring out into the bright lights. Could I ask Mark Wycherley and Alistair Heath to make their way to the microphone, please? But just to start from the chair, given the importance of this issue, and given there's a lot of opinion out there and maybe a bit of flaky science and agenda-driven views, where does the farmer on the ground go to find information about how he can or she can adapt their farming practices that they can trust, that they know they've not been fed a line or something like that? Phil, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, obviously this starting process, there'll be many farmers who are on a different part of that journey. I mean, the status indicator that the NFU is a basically entry point to say where you are on that journey. Very clear, very simple, very streamlined to get you started on that journey. So that would certainly be where I would start. And then, of course, we've already heard there are lots of carbon calculations within calculators. Which one do we go for? I think the starting point is on there, and then once we gain, and more is available, perhaps we'll streamline all those calculators to come out with something for the industry.
Phil, thank you. That neatly introduces the indicator. It's on our website. And as Phil said, it's not perfect, but it is an introduction to thinking about this. Emma, this question about, where do farmers go? How can they be sure that what they're doing is effective? How can they have confidence that the information they've got, the technical understanding is well grounded and well put down?
Well, I think what you're doing with this indicator is a fantastic first step in making sure that we're getting consistent information. One of my biggest concerns, and I've seen it, my background is the finance industry, is that we've had years of working on the different ways of calculating this sort of data, and it can lead to inertia and stop the action that we need to take. And with the government declaring this year the year of climate action as part of the preparations for the climate discussions that are going to take place in Glasgow in November, we also need to make sure that it becomes a decade of climate delivery. And as more organisations commit to net zero, one of the things that we found since we made our announcement in last October was that collaboration, different sectors coming together. So whether we're working at a city level, on a sector level, sharing information so that we really start acting, and in the background make sure that we are doing the science as well, and the data to make sure that we understand the unintended consequences of the decisions that we're making. Water is so key to this, and water adaptation and resilience often gets forgotten in the net zero discussions. But to the conversation about what we do about water scarcity, or indeed too much water, pumping water comes with a carbon footprint. So we also need to make sure that we're investing in technological advances so that we can do this work in as low emission way as possible.
I suspect that's going to come up. In fact, I know in further questions. Miles, just to go back to this issue about the farmer and the information, as a leading member of the academic community, and you're a great communicator, you put your science over really well in numbleheads like me can even understand. But to say it's complex barely sort of scratches the surface. How does the academic community reach out to the practitioner on the ground to create an interface whereby we can have a liaison that leads to us arresting this number one problem?
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologise, because I don't think the academic community has actually done a very good job of making it as simple as it could have done. I think a lot of the issues here... what are we trying to do here? We're trying to stop global warming. So let's measure the impact of our activities in terms of their impact on global warming. You'd have thought, isn't that what we do already? Well, actually it isn't. If you go to most of these impact calculators, they're measuring impact on CO2 equivalent emissions, which don't track your impact on global warming. So that's a really simple thing that we as an academic community could actually do rather better, and some of us are trying. So I think, clarity on what we're trying to do in achieving net zero would be really helpful. And I would love for all of the cities and councils and so forth who are declaring net zero goals, I would love for them to be clearer, to join in the conversation about what they actually mean by net zero. Because it's very easy to say, we're going to go for net zero by 2030 or whatever, but unless you've actually said what that's actually going to mean, it doesn't necessarily lead to anything. So that would be where I would want to start.
Alistair, up in the gods, spotlight on you. All yours.
Yeah, firstly, I'd just like to thank Miles. It's quite inspiring, really, to hear somebody that's got a calculation that actually recognises the achievements that we've already made within agriculture and working forward. My question to you is fundamentally flawed, actually, following up from your presentation. So that makes it quite awkward. Right from the very beginning. It was about how we are actually very good at reducing our emissions and whether we should produce more, which obviously when it comes to methane is very flawed, because as you say, if we increase numbers because we do a good job, we negatively impact on our improvements. However, with relation to a broader spectrum of crops produced and everything in the UK, if we do a very good job of meeting the net zero target, should we produce more within the UK that we could potentially export to other countries that are much less efficient and try and push them out? And is there an appetite for it?
Alistair's a member of our Next Gen Forum, and I enjoy your candour, Alistair, and your nimble-footedness. I think this leads into this question of the relationship between reducing carbon and maintaining production. And we are quite clear in the NFU, while we have this ambition of net zero by 2040, it should not be done by diminishing UK production, because we think the risk there is you just import carbon, you offshore it. So we would be adamant that we must maintain production, and Minette made that point very well. But Alistair always wants to take it one step forward, that we gain an international reputation as low-carbon farmers, and then we can export. Miles, do you want to come back on that?
Oh, well, thank you for that, Alistair. In particular, there's nothing I like more than it being clear that somebody got the point of a slide with some maths on it. So, good on you. But that said, I think, I, as a climate scientist, can't play don't have anything in the game of how much is produced onshore versus offshore in the UK. All I would advocate is that we do an adequate, complete life cycle analysis of the food that appears on the table. We need to know what damage it's doing at every point in the production, including transport to the UK, including the possible deforestation that might have been caused by clearing the land to produce that meat on. And in taking all these different aspects of the environmental impact into account, let's think about the aggregate in terms of its impact on global temperature. Because as I keep coming back to, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to stop global warming. Keep it as simple as you can.
Mark, yes, please.
All right, thank you. Mark Wycherley, organic, antibiotic-free dairy farmer from Shropshire. I sit on the Net Zero Committee, and a lot of the confusion has been around about figures, and today you've actually highlighted something which we can get our teeth into at the next meeting. But you have a lot of contacts with people in power, such as the Secretary of State. How are governments getting involved with you or not, or are they burying their heads in the sand, and will COP probably later in the year actually solve some of those issues about global joined-up thinking?
Emma?
So I think it's been incredibly important and helpful that the government has made a commitment to host the COP26 discussions. And one of the things that has happened across government is the regular meetings of officials now from different departments to talk not just about preparations for the climate change conference, but also how to deal with net zero and what that means for every department, as opposed to this just being seen through the lens of those departments that deal with climate change specifically. And then from my perspective, I'm really interested in making sure that just as we are focused on net zero, we need to make sure that we're not losing sight of adaptation and resilience. I made it very clear in what I said earlier. This is happening right now. And what's the point of investing in net zero technologies if they wash away in a flood or melt in a heat wave? So I think what we're now seeing from officials across government is incredibly helpful to driving this ambition towards dealing with climate change. But I also am very, very clear that we all need to get very involved with the net zero commitments. I know that some organisations are going to work in the run-up to COP26 to bring coalitions of organisations that are committing to this rapid reduction in emissions. And I think it's by working together that we're going to best solve it. So I think it takes everybody to be involved in this conversation. And I think the other thing that has made it very promising to me where I sit and very helpful is how the population as a whole is really, really focused on what we do around climate change. Very, very big issue in the election last year. And we now need to make sure that whether you're coming from a private sector organisation, a trade body, the public sector, individuals, investors, really put some heft behind meeting net zero in a resilient way.
Miles, this tension between the IPCC being the sort of the keeper of the scrolls and some of the scientific community doubting their take on it, how does the farmer respond to that?
Well, I would really push back hard on the idea of there being a keeper of scrolls here. I mean, we have a scientific community. The job of the IPCC is to assess the current state of the science as best it can once in a while. But there is absolutely, we don't have it's not a biblical voice from on high. And I think you've got to be, and sometimes it's treated as such. And I do think that's actually not terribly helpful. And I think a lot of the discussions in this would actually be helped by everybody involved in the discussion actually getting their minds around the relatively simple science behind it, rather than just sort of slinging findings selected from different reports at each other in these discussions. The UNFCCC is probably never going to change its accounting systems, okay? But that's an accounting system. An accounting system need not drive policy. And people in UK government do understand this point that I was making. In fact, I was chatting to somebody from DEFRA shortly before this talk about the possibility of, in effect, introducing a shadow accounting system that would allow us to quantify the impact of different sectors, including agriculture, on global temperature, as well as the impact of different sectors, including agriculture, on our aggregate greenhouse gas emissions using the old accounting system. I think that would be a great step forward. I'd be interested to know what the impact of UK agriculture is on global temperature. I'm sure everybody in this room, we've actually calculated it. You can ask me afterwards. It's very interesting. Impact of UK agriculture over the past 30 years on global temperature. I'll leave that as a sort of little thing for you to think about. Did it cause warming? Did it cause nothing? Did it cause cooling? You can ask me afterwards. So the point is, we have an opportunity here using exactly the same numbers to actually, get the information we need about what we're doing with two global temperatures, how well we're getting on in stopping global warming, which is what we're trying to do in the end, without necessarily needing to embark on the probably fruitless task of persuading people to change their accounting systems, because I suspect that's a lost cause.
Can I ask Stafford Proctor, Andrew Blenkiron and Andrew Lofthouse to come to a microphone? And Stafford, thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Stafford Proctor, a farmer from Sutton Bridge, which is in the low-lying fens, which Emma mentioned earlier on. I farm along the Wash frontage, and I farm along the tidal River Nene, and I live in the shadow of climate change and rising sea levels. I've experienced the 2013 tidal surge, the flooding at Boston up close, and I've experienced the Wainfleet floods in 2019. And on Monday I went to the report provided by Norfolk County Council to Lincolnshire County Council. Climate change is leading to increased weather extremes and will lead to repeat flood challenges. Our current water management facilities across the UK, as Emma knows, are not fit for purpose. The last 30 years have seen completely inadequate maintenance of our waterways. the focus has not been on the basic prerequisite of good water management, which is maintenance. The Environment Agency alone do not have the skills or practical experience to improve the situation. And it's great that Emma is reaching out to farmers, IDBs, and people with local experience. But at the moment, that is on a reactive basis after flood events have happened. And we really want that to be on a reactive basis before we have flood situations. Prior to the creation of the Environment Agency, catchment-specific national rivers authorities, internal drainage boards, and farmers successfully carried out this maintenance duty. And all those bodies still have the skills. And in fact, in the Fens, as you point out, we've been managing water levels for the last 500 years. So there's an enormous amount of knowledge and experience there. Will you help redirect funding to let us use those skills and flood knowledge to help and work with the Environment Agency and carry out this vital work on a preemptive basis for the UK, for people, communities and agriculture?
Emma.
And thank you very much for that question. I think the work that we have done with our flood strategy, which we launched last May in consultation with a wide range of partners, including internal drainage boards and others, in working very close with agricultural land and farmers, shows that we absolutely want to, not just with this sector, this industry, want to make sure that we are dealing with the impacts of flooding and indeed too little water in a proactive way. So I am very encouraged by the conversations I've been having with the Secretary of State in relation to our flood strategy. I have colleagues today, not only out in the field working on this issue, but at conferences held by IDBs and ADA today. So we absolutely know that we need to work together and work together in terms of calling for the increased financing of maintenance that we all needs to take place. We do fund maintenance and we do work with internal drainage boards who want to take on that responsibility for conveyancing, and that is something that we need to see more of, and we'll continue to work with you indeed on. Thank you.
Phil, any thoughts?
Yeah, this goes back to what I was saying about meaningful partnerships, and I think some of the ideas and solutions for this problem will come from the very people who are on that land. And I think this is a bottom-up approach as well. Those people who, there's a lot of experience down there, and I know resources are tight and there's been austerity and one thing and another, but I think bringing that resource from ground level, farmers, drainage boards, local authorities, and making sure that that approach feeds up rather than the approach being always down.
Miles?
Yep. Just briefly on this, one really important issue is that we don't fall victim to what happened with the ozone problem, which was that as soon as they signed the Montreal Protocol, they stopped bothering to do research into what was happening to our ozone. There was a large reduction in the level of research into what was happening to our ozone layer. And I am concerned that there is a feeling, and talking to many in government, there is a feeling that now they've declared climate emergency, we don't really need to study climate change anymore because we kind of know what's happening, we know what to do about it. We certainly know what to do about it as far as getting emissions down is concerned, but knowing exactly how weather risks are changing and what parts of this country are going to be most impacted is something we're only beginning to be able to do. And it's relatively cheap compared to the costs of adaptation to actually better understand what's actually happening to our weather. And that's a really important message to get across to politicians is, don't assume just because you've signed a climate emergency that you don't need to study what's going on.
Point. Andrew.
Yep, Andrew Blenkiron from Suffolk.
As attracted as I am to ask Miles the most obvious question, I think I'll forego that and stick with my original question. Hopefully it's a win-win for Emma. The Committee on Climate Change has recommended the planting of large areas of perennial crops such as miscanthus and willow alongside conventional forestry to assist in contributing to carbon storage and indeed removal, whilst also making our landscape more flood resilient. What role does the EEA see for these crops in creating soft flood defences on our farmland when there are real world examples of these crops holding back floodwater and trapping debris, whilst actually surviving under weeks of water and flooding? So surely, the question is really, surely government should be encouraged to help us to find markets and indeed to grow this. I hope you agree.
Emma?
I think I can answer that relatively simply. I think it is exactly where elms should come in, and we want to make sure we're very much working with DEFRA and others in making sure that we're joining up these dots and seeing new markets and new rewards. So I hope that this is something that we can start moving on as quickly as possible.
Okay, we are running short of time, so before I move to Mr. Lofthouse, can Harriet Wilson and Nick Dean please get to a microphone for the last two questions? Mr. Lofthouse.
Beef farmer, North Yorkshire. So, Miles, thank you for a fantastic presentation. I've been following your work closely, and because of that, I think I'm able to answer your challenge. So, by my reckoning, the number of bovines in the UK has fallen almost every year of my lifetime, so 42 years. And given methane is the single largest contributor, I think we're fairly confident in saying overall in 30 years we have caused cooling over that time. You may confirm if I'm right in that assumption. So my original question is this, that the BBC's climate food calculator suggests that beef has a carbon footprint of around 100 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per kilo of beef, compared to 36 other foods in that calculator which have around 6, okay? So I was so incensed by this that I've actually run some carbon calculators on my own farm. I've run 3 different carbon calculators. One of them suggested I was 24 kilos, not great, but better than the BBC. The next suggested I was 12 kilos. Only 3 of those were long-lived greenhouse gases. And the third actually suggested I was already net neutral. So there's a huge difference here between 0 and 24. That is, in percentage terms, an infinite difference. 2 quick questions then. So to Emma, what is the role of the Environment Agency in helping us standardise some of these carbon calculators and make them more accurate? Because the variation at the moment is just very, very unhelpful. And to Miles, will you join with us in our quest to get that BBC climate food calculator removed and taken down because it's doing so much damage and it's wrong?
Emma?
So I think it's in everybody's interest to work together on getting this right. I mean, as an early adopter of a commitment to net zero, but we also set out an ambition to get to explore how we could get to absolute zero by 2050. We need to work with others to make sure that the methodologies that we're using alongside other calculations means that we're actually making progress. So again, I think it's in everybody's interest to share data. We will certainly be putting out how we have progressed. The idea is to progress, but also where we are seeing consequences or uncertainty in the data, we need to make sure we're having a grown-up conversation so that we really understand what we're achieving. I think ultimately we want to make sure we're reducing emissions, and we need to know the best ways of doing that in a very, very practical way.
Miles.
But if you don't, apologies to pick up on this, it's just to pick up on that phrase. We need to be reducing emissions. Well, we need to be stopping global warming. And that very subtle different framing, and I'm sorry to sort of, that's what everybody says. We need to be reducing emissions. For carbon, for most people in the country, they're the same thing. Because if you're, I'm an urban Briton, most of what I do is CO2. I'm also an urban Briton who flies a lot to climate conferences, so I do generate a lot of CO2. I have a horrendous carbon footprint. And it would be absolutely no difference me going vegan like Lewis Hamilton. I'd definitely be in that category. So I think we just need to be collectively to work on what are we trying to do here. And I would like the BBC's calculator, if we can't persuade them to take it down or to stop reporting emissions in the CO2 equivalent because that's the accounting rule that everybody uses, could they at least actually add on, and by the way, this is the impact those emissions are having on global temperature? Because at the end of the day, that's what we want to know. And by the way, you were quite correct in your calculations.
Have you just answered the question we were going to ask you over lunch today, saying that then?
Does that mean I don't get any lunch?
Of course, yes,
Could
Phil.
I just add something in here? I think, not wishing to get too dragged into the BBC debate about commentary and other commentators, but I think it's really important that we own this agenda and we always challenge it when it's right, and it's great to have people like Miles helping us in that arena. I think what we've got to do by owning the agenda is, whether it's AHDB or it's someone else giving us recommendations or signposts, we've then got to turn it into actions. What I'm really concerned about with where we might end up is with soil organic matter and carbon calculations, we just might tie ourselves up in knots. And really, we need to just be showing, getting some actions there, helping with our bottom line, and make it practical to farmers on the ground.
Okay. Nick, nice and snappy if you can, please.
With pleasure, Guy. I farm in Norfolk Broads in a beautiful habitat surrounded by Ramsar sites and SSSIs, which coexist cheek by jowl with highly productive agricultural land producing much needed fruit and vegetables. The whole system is water-driven. The whole system is water-driven, underpinning our precious wetland habitats as well as irrigating our nation's healthy food options. Climate change will give us the wrong sort of water at the wrong time, both too much and too little. How should government respond to the challenge of balancing the country's water needs with food production, flooding, and habitat maintenance?
A really keen issue, particularly where Nick comes from, Norfolk, at the moment.
I think it needs a refresh in terms of the strategy and how we join all of those aspects up together to make sure that we understand, alongside the importance of the net zero commitments, the role of water from a climate change perspective. So something that we're working on at the Environment Agency with the department, with Ofwat, with water companies, it's making sure that we have a strong understanding of the role that water will play going into this even more complex arena of vulnerable weather impacts, etc. So absolutely front of mind, a project that we are actively working on. We've been slightly distracted with the incidents that are playing out, but something that you'll see more of, talking in collaboration this year, the water story.
You can still get good odds on a hosepipe ban by the summer, can't you? The final question, very pleased that it's another member of our next Gen board, if my eyesight's good. Harriet, yes, please.
Thank you. Harriet Wilson, Head of Agriculture for Aldi and also Next Gen representative. My question is for Professor Miles Allen. As we've discussed over the last 2 days, farming is absolutely at the forefront of the fight against climate change. Our industry is one of the most vulnerable to the impact and also one of the best placed to provide some of the solutions. But what should we say to those global lukewarmers who don't agree that it's an urgent and pressing problem?
I think that's a good question for all the panel and a good one to finish on. Miles.
I think take them to some of your farms, show them what's happening. But I think the conversation about climate change, as I said at the beginning of my talk, it is an intergenerational conversation. Most of the people who write me long emails whenever I say anything, and I'll probably get some of them after this talk, about how climate change is all caused by the sun. Check out their age, race and demographic profile. They're typically white male pensioners. They've got no skin in the game. They'll be dead before it all happens. So it really is, I don't think I can really go on from that, actually. So that might be a good point to end on. But it is an important point for farmers in particular to, as you said, to own this agenda, because you own the land. You own the land that will be around in 2100, that will be bearing the brunt of climate change. You are the people who are going to really change minds and change hearts on this issue.
The youthful Phil Jarvis.
Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully I've still got some skin in the game. Yeah, no, I think what we need here, we've got to show an industry that's driving this agenda forward. Actions speak much louder than words as well. And we've got a great story to tell as well. And I think when people doubt you, give them back some positive facts. Give them back the positive things about the habitats that we've created, you know, the climate change mitigation that we've put in place, and say what a positive story it is for the UK countryside, because that will convince a lot more people to buy our produce and look after our countryside.
Emma?
This is the challenge of the decade, and we have a decade to get on top of it. And again, I wholeheartedly agree with the other members of the panel that we have to move on to action, and we have to describe this as the way that we're going to have a healthy environment, a healthy and thriving economy, and healthy humans as well. So it's in everybody's interest to take a grip of the climate emergency. And the discussions that I have been having across many, many different sectors, I think show me that we're in a very different place, but there's no doubt that people are moving on to acting rather than talking, and farmers have a huge role to play in making sure that that happens at pace.
And if I might just second that, I mean, there's huge opportunities here for Britain to build a better Britain and a better world in solving the climate change problem. And I think we don't need to see it as all negative and all sacrifice. There's a lot that can be done here to make many things better, as well as stopping global warming.
I always think a response to this is that some people are just ideologically placed on this and they're not for changing. But for a farmer, if we can produce more by using less, that's got to be good for the planet and good for our bank balances. And that's what we should always achieve. I think, Phil, you know, this ambition to become more productive, and you do this daily, and you're really good at this, about balancing the biodiversity outcomes with the production outcomes. It's something that we can all do if we just apply our minds, is it not?
Well, this really is the crux of the matter when we go forward to environmental land management. It's called environmental land management. It's going to address some of those climate change issues. But I think, once again, that food production, biodiversity gain, you know, helping with climate change, what's not to like about that? So environmental land management, get that right.
We've just got 2 minutes spare. I'd just like to give Emma and Miles some concluding remarks. But Miles, I know we all want to know the answer to the question, so don't keep us in suspense. Have we made it better, worse, or is it neutral?
So as far as your greenhouse gases are concerned, because of the reduction in methane emissions from UK livestock over the past 30 years, UK agriculture as a whole has caused global cooling. Although methane emissions have leveled off, so you know you need to be careful about getting too smug in this game. And one of the key things, one of the big conversations I think that should be happening at the moment is what's the key performance indicator on climate for environmental land management? Is it UK greenhouse gas emissions using a 30-year-old outdated and ineffective metric, or is it stopping global warming? Get that question right could mean the difference between the survival and the extinction of the UK ruminant agriculture industry.
Emma, you talked about COP later in this year, a real moment in time, possibly for the UK and for UK agriculture. How do we make the most of that?
I think you need to grip the agenda, which you are already doing, and use this as a year to build huge momentum. Use every opportunity. It's not just waiting till November, but use every opportunity, as you have done with this conference, but in the run-up to November, to highlight the role that you can play in terms of meeting that net zero agenda. And we all have to do this together. It's working at pace and highlighting what is possible in reducing and stopping global warming. It's in all of our interests to do so.
Okay. I think we've had some real food for thought here. This is complex and it needs thinking about hard. And I think as farmers, we want to be part of this because I return to the point about we're in the front line. I think listening to experts like Emma and Miles and practitioners like Phil is the way forward. It's food for thought, as I said. So finally, can I thank Emma, Miles and Phil for their contributions this morning. Thank you. So on that note, I have to introduce the President. For the council members who know, whenever I run a session at council, I'm always in trouble with the President for running over time. I'd like to point out it's exactly 12:45, so brownie points for me. And right on cue, here is the President to wrap up. Minette Batters.
Guy, thank you very much. My voice is just about, really just about hanging on. But look, conference, I can't believe how quickly the time has gone. To a certain extent, the distance we've travelled. I'm conscious what I said to all of you yesterday, and I really meant every single word of it. It does start off with this being about there is definitely risk. Without doubt, there is risk. There is massive opportunity. And that point around, are you glass half full, are you glass half empty, that we have to be half full. We have to be ambitious. And I am ambitious. But I think for me, it is all about building relationships. I hope you saw that with Carolyn Fairburn yesterday. Our relationship with the CBI has probably never been better. It's incredibly important. I am representing farming businesses. That's the key point. They are businesses. And there are families at the end of those businesses. And so those relationships, and you've seen it, I think, throughout this conference, building those relationships is absolutely mission critical, if you like. And it's not always easy. You know, you've got to make the case, you've got to build the understanding. I was conscious when Craig Bennett and I responded to Secretary of State, then Theresa Villiers. You know, the NFU, I don't think has ever done anything with Friends of the Earth, but if we don't get this standards piece right, it is going to affect everything else. And what I do detect right across the environmental NGOs, right across the consumer organisations, representatives, is a real willingness to work together to get this right. The pressure is absolutely on. When we come down into relationships, George Eustice today as Secretary of State, I was delighted when he got the appointment, someone who knows his brief inside out, someone who understands the industry, who believes in the industry. And I've got to say, I was really disappointed today because the responsibility that sits on his shoulders is huge. And I just didn't feel that he gave you or he gave me that ambition. He talks about opportunity, but he doesn't talk about the plan. I think in the NFU, we own the plan. We know how this can work. And we didn't get that back today. And it felt uncomfortable. I felt like I was pushing him all the way. And that never feels the best place to be in. And as I say, this is about relationships. And it's really important. I could have had my moment in the sun today, and I could have absolutely lambasted him. And there are probably some of you who are thinking I could have been tougher, and maybe some of you that are thinking that I didn't go far enough. But I've got to play a really, really straight bat. The responsibility on the NFU is huge. And we've got to do this right. And I've got to work with George, and I've got to make the case, and I've got to build the understanding. And I've said from day one, this is a negotiation. This is not a done deal. This is a continuing negotiation. And I promised you yesterday that the NFU would leave its heart and soul on the Brexit pitch. And we absolutely will leave our heart and soul on the Brexit pitch. But I can't do it alone. We've got to do it together. And it's why I hope you all realise now that this mass rally, the mass lobby in the afternoon on the 25th of March, is so important to make this case, to build the understanding. While this session has been going on, I've been on the BBC Politics show, and I was asked point blank, well, you work with a big hitter in Michael Gove, and now you're working with George Eustice. How do they compare? And I made the point, you can't pin this on any one man. You can't pin this on any one department. This is a whole government approach. And so the need for you to be engaging and making the case with all of your MPs has never been more important. I know the role of the NFU has never been more important, to allow agriculture to speak with one voice, to represent all farming organisations, to agree a UK-wide framework. So we start the period of a new decade in, I think, an extraordinary place. Never forget, we are working with a very powerful government. They have a majority of 80. They have a very, very strong power base. I was disappointed that George Eustice talked, and I had it all in front of me, you know, the very detailed technical amendments he made when he was on the backbenches. I know in here, I know in his DNA, in his heart, he believes it. But it's clear now that he's had to be towing the government line, back there, having discussions and making the case. And we've all got to make sure that our MPs really understand our ambition, because we do host, and I'm sure you've heard it loud and clear today, we host the most important round of climate change discussions ever with the COP here. We don't yet know if it's going to be in Glasgow or London. It's set for Glasgow at the moment. But we have to be ambitious. Farming, as I said yesterday, will be the pioneers. They will be the pioneers. They are at the forefront for delivering on climate change. We cannot do it any other way, whether that's water infrastructure, whether that's biodiversity, whether that's environment, whether that's food production. Farmers are at the forefront of that. So I want to leave you saying that we are ambitious. We are going to build on that opportunity, but we've got to do it together. I want you to go back to your farms, to be inspired, to build the power base of the NFU. We can't do this. We can't meet with the Prime Minister unless I represent as many farming and growing businesses as possible. And my goodness, do we need to represent as many as possible. The more farmers, growers you can bring into the organisation to back our mission. Our membership has grown continually over the last 2 years. It needs to keep on growing. We need to keep on building the power base to build the ambition. I'm conscious, again, conference, I'm standing between you and your lunch, and I'm also conscious that I got you up very, very early this morning. And I know some of you, amazing achievement, were at the walkabout until 4. Nobody has owned up to coming straight from the walkabout to conference. But I'm sure they exist within the audience. I have to say, I was so proud that you got here. I know some of you have had a long night. You all turned up. And I think that was incredibly important to show George Eustice, Secretary of State, that we mean business. We are here to listen. We are here to work together with government to create our future. So thank you for coming to our conference. I really look forward to interacting with you over lunch. Please come up and have a chat. And I wish you a safe trip home. One final point from me. We've mentioned it quite a bit about our mental well-being and looking out for each other. And I guess just that simple phrase, just being kind. We do need to look out for each other. I genuinely believe we need to buy together, we need to sell together, and we need to look out for one another. So take those words home with you, and I wish you well, and thank you so much for being here with us over this conference.